in connection with the proposed improvements to Sheriffhall Roundabout. For the benefit of those who may just be watching today for the first time on the webcast, I'm Trudy Craggs. I'm a reporter with the Planning and Environmental Appeals Division of the Scottish Government, and I've been appointed by Scottish ministers to consider the proposed orders and the objections to them, hold this public inquiry, and to submit a report to the ministers, making findings in fact and recommending whether or not the orders should be made. But it's ministers who have the final decision on the scheme. My colleague Callum is here again today. We're doing another hybrid session today to allow Dr. Boswell to join virtually. And the inquiry is also being webcast as usual. By being here, you're consented to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images for various purposes, including webcasting, training purposes, keeping historical records, and making those records available to the public. So the usual housekeeping matters. Again, make sure your phones are either switched off or on silent. There's no scheduled fire alarm tests, so if it goes off, it must be real. Exit by the door there or at the front of the hall into the car park. I think that's it for housekeeping. I've just noticed that Dr. Boswell has submitted a document on Objective Connect, and I think that's he's referenced it SH006.080, which is the Silvertown Tunnel briefing, which relates to the Tyndall Centre carbon budgets, and I think he did touch on it briefly yesterday in the cross-examination of Mr. Lansborough. Now, he suggested that we discuss it as part of his examination in chief, but if Transport's got no objection to it, then I'd rather we could have just dealt with it now and got it out the way. But if you had a chance to look at it or not, if you haven't, then we can deal with it again when Dr. Boswell does do his examination in chief.
I've not had a chance to read it or take instructions on the document, ma'am, but what my immediate reaction for what that's worth is, of course, that Mr. Lansborough's evidence the promoter's case has been concluded. If a 18-page report which touches on the Tyndall Centre local budgets had been available, then I would have had a chance to take from Mr. Lansborough what I had to in order to perhaps challenge the relevance of that report. That opportunity has been missed. So I will, of course, take instructions and confirm the promoter's position, but I am immediately struck by a risk of prejudice. Now, there may be other ways of dealing with that, ma'am, if you think that the information regarding the Tyndall Centre and this report arising out of a scheme in London would assist you, and it might be that could be dealt with by further exchanges in writing. But as I say, those are an initial reaction for what that is worth.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to look at the document at all either. I just had an email saying it's through. Hopefully we may have a gap at lunchtime for me to look at it and you to take instructions with your team, and we will deal with it at the start of Dr. Boswell's examination in chief.
Ma'am, if it helps, Dr. Boswell has other commitments, and he thought that this morning was going to be taken up with Mr. Capaldi's evidence rather than overarching. So he can join us at 2:00, which might give a longer lunch. But I can understand Mr. Milne's reticence. It's just that it is important to the case in the light of the evidence yesterday. However, as I say, it might be. Dr. Boswell does want to bring it up in his evidence in chief, so I don't know how that stands. But in any case, it was regarding the Tyndall Centre's involvement in road schemes. Can I just say about the running order? Put that aside. As you can see, Mr. White is all ready to go. If you don't mind, I'm sorry to change it again, but if you don't mind, I'll follow Mr. White because Mr. French has got to join us via video link, and I think he can't do that till 11:00-ish. So I think Callum's aware of all that. And so if you don't mind, that's a running order, which will probably take us up to near the lunchtime anyway. And we'll take it from there. So I don't know how that fits in with yourself and Mr. Milne.
So, do you have any concerns? I'm happy with that.
No, I'm happy with that as well. Sounds like we can make good progress. I'm wondering if Dr. Boswell is. I think what you're saying, Mr. Walker, he is available to give his evidence in chief this afternoon.
Yes, but not till 2 o'clock, and he can join us then via video link. If that's okay.
But that's okay. It might just be we do have a slightly longer lunch, but that's fine for today. And he can start at 2 o'clock if we haven't finished the other witnesses before then. That's absolutely fine. Right, Mr. White, over to you. Now, I know you haven't got anyone questioning for your examination in chief, so I'm happy for you to kind of summarise, either read a bit of your precognition if you want to do that, set the scene, maybe the start and conclusions, and if you want to make a brief submission as to anything you want to bring out, having heard the evidence from Transport Scotland over the last few days.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Daniel White. I live in East Lothian. I'm a retired public health social scientist, and I'm now managing a small holding. I've got no specialist expertise relating to this scheme. I know far less about the technical details than my fellow objectors, as will probably become apparent. But my focus here is on the policy justification, and I really appreciate the opportunity to summarise our opposition to the scheme on a policy basis. And I'll try to draw together some of the things that have arisen through the inquiry so far. The scheme's been presented by the proposers as taking account of all the relevant policies in the round, and that's a quote, and again, the quote, in a balanced way. But I'd like to take us back to the bigger picture, which is the global context. And I'd suggest that this is probably the primary concern of most of the other 2,600 objectors to this scheme. The most recent report of the International Panel on Climate Change, February last year, couldn't have been more emphatic about both the seriousness of the climate crisis and the urgency to act on it. And since that report was published, the severe weather events over the last year have really confirmed its pessimism. To take two examples, in Pakistan, a third of the provinces were flooded, killing over 1,700 people. And here in Europe, we had the hottest year ever recorded, which was estimated to have led to over 20,000 deaths. Perhaps the only good news is that our governments, both at UK level, Scottish level, and local authority level, have at last recognised the climate crisis and have developed strong legislation and policies to take radical action. So in Scotland, we've got several government policy documents calling for radical change to our economy and in particular our transport system. And you'll be familiar with the 2019 Climate Change Act, the update to the 2018-32 Climate Change Plan, the National Transport Strategy 2, the National Strategy for Economic Transformation, and the National Performance Framework with their national outcomes, amongst other policy documents. Now, I think we all recognise that there are serious tensions, if not contradictions, between Scottish Government policy to address climate change and its policies to boost the economy. And indeed, much of the deliberation on the first day of this inquiry was around these competing priorities, given that the original rationale for the scheme was to boost the city economy. However, where the policy imperatives are divergent, we would argue that the government's climate change policy overrides economic policy for three key reasons. First, and most important, Scottish ministers have a legal obligation under the 2019 Act to meet the climate change targets for reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, both the 2030 target and the intervening annual targets. As far as we're aware, they're not legally obliged to fulfil their economic policy goals. Second is the issue of urgency. The 2019 Act requires a 75% reduction in emissions by 2030, yet the Scottish Government has already failed on 7 out of 11 of its targets. And to quote the Climate Change Committee's recent progress report, the trend of failure will continue without urgent and strong action to deliver emission reductions starting now. That's page 18. At the global level, the IPCC report stresses that there's a rapidly closing window of opportunity to act to avoid catastrophic climate change. Conversely, delay in economic growth will retain things much as they are. And the third key reason why climate change policy trumps economic policy is around the consequences. Not following the government's climate change policy will make catastrophic climate events more likely, which will in themselves be disastrous for the Scottish economy, while not achieving economic growth will retain the status quo. During this inquiry, the proposers of the scheme have repeatedly emphasised that it's intended to enhance active travel and public transport, as well as car use. But this seems like a post hoc rationalisation, trying to make it compatible with the new sustainable transport policies. The proposers could not even hazard a guess at the likely relative benefits of the scheme for the different modes of transport, and only the benefits for car users have been monetarised for the cost-benefit analysis. It seems clear that the core rationale of the scheme has always been to facilitate private car use for commuting, and this is why it's claimed to have economic benefits. The scheme is therefore a legacy of an outdated 20th century transport paradigm that predates climate concerns. And this is fundamentally contrary to current policy, in particular to the National Transport Strategy 2, which has a strategic aim to embed climate action as a core priority and reduce unsustainable travel, and has the vision that the sustainable travel and investment hierarchy should inform infrastructure development, which means reversing the prioritising of car use over sustainable transport. If this scheme was to go ahead, it would generate at least 30,000 tonnes of carbon in purely through the construction of the scheme. And if, contrary to the traffic modelling, it did induce more traffic, as has happened with nearly all other major road building schemes across the UK, then it would lead to greater emissions throughout its lifetime. But most important, it would perpetuate the old transport model that is exacerbating climate change and further delay the radical transformation that policymakers recognise as urgently needed. Even worse, the scheme would not become operational until 2028, 2 years before the Scottish Government should have achieved its 75% reduction in carbon emissions, by which time it will have become an even more retrogressive intervention. We therefore see the policy rationale for the scheme as fundamentally flawed and outdated. As Mr. Elliott acknowledged, it does not contribute to the government's climate policy. So to conclude, given the Scottish Government's legal obligation to reduce carbon emissions, the severe constraints on government spending, growing household poverty, and the likelihood that the scheme's cost might exceed £300 million, which was not refuted by the proposers, proceeding with the scheme cannot be justified. If these kind of funds were available, the Scottish Government's objectives would be far better met by either reducing congestion across a much wider road network than Sheriffhall by encouraging cars off the road through investing in public transport and active travel, or by pursuing inclusive economic growth through targeting low-income households, 60% of whom do not own cars. So that's a summary of our critique on policy matters.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. Do you have any questions for Mr. White?
No, ma'am, I have no questions.
Yeah, I'm just going to look through my list because I think you've covered some of
Okay.
the points I was going to ask, and there might be a couple of residual things I still want to ask you. At the outset, I mean, this scheme has been ongoing for quite a considerable time. So at the outset, do you think it had policy support? If you go back to the policies kind of 2008 to 2009, do you think at that point it had policy support?
Yes, I do, in relation to the city deal. Yes.
I suppose your position would be that as time's moved on and climate's become more of a focus and more of an emergency, that policy support has shifted and weakened, and it's no longer got the same support in policy terms.
Exactly, yes.
And from what we've heard about the scheme and the active travel provision, which I think your group would accept as a step change on the face of it, do you think that with other intervention could reduce reliance on car travel in the area?
If funding was available to integrate those improvements in infrastructure across the roundabout with a wider active travel network and with improved bus priority lanes between Mid Lothian, East Lothian and the city, there is potential that they would contribute to a modal shift. But there's very little evidence that the local authorities have the funding to be able to install that kind of infrastructure. So the likelihood seems to be that there'll be that improvement in a very restricted area, and it will not achieve its potential because of lack of integration with the wider network. And to return to the allocation of funds, we think if the objective is to enhance public transport and to travel, it would be far better achieved by allocating the funds specifically for those purposes.
Would you accept that in this case, I can look at the scheme and it's either the scheme or nothing? I can't go an alternative out there to ministers. It's either this or it's nothing, and it's not picking and choosing parts of the scheme. It's the scheme in its entirety.
Yes, yeah, I do recognise that. We do.
I think you were here when we heard the evidence that Transport Scotland, having run the strategic model and then passed it to Mr. Elliott, who ran it for the local model, that the policy, it would comply with the policy to reduce car kilometres. And obviously you've heard, I think you were here yesterday when you heard Mr. Lansborough's evidence and potentially Mr. Hodgscott's evidence that there'll be a net benefit in the long term on emissions. I suppose, do you accept that evidence or do you have a counter view to that?
On the reduction in car kilometres, Mr. Elliott, you asked him a direct question: will this scheme encourage or discourage car use? And he conceded that it would encourage car use. And the modelling, as I acknowledged right at the start, I have no expertise in modelling at all, and have learned a lot listening to the inquiry. But I am aware that there's good evidence of road schemes across the UK which have fairly consistently induced extra traffic, contrary to what the predictions of the transport bodies were that were proposing those road schemes. And so it would not surprise me at all if the modelling in this case was not borne out. I have to admit that I've gone back several times to thinking of Harold Wilson's favourite, well, to plagiarise Harold Wilson, who said there are lies, damn lies, and statistics. And I wonder if modelling could replace the statistics.
On the emissions point, obviously you've heard the evidence yesterday that there'll be a net benefit in emissions.
And that's premised on traffic modelling, and as Mr. Elliott said, there's 10 to 20%. There has been in the past 10 to 20% inaccuracies around traffic modelling. That it might mean that it's things are better than expected, but it might be that they're 20% worse than expected. And even if this scheme in itself did achieve a slight reduction in emissions in the after construction, it's sending a message that the old and outdated model of transport in Scotland should be retained.
I suppose, bearing in mind that if Sheriffhall's there now, there is an existing junction on bypass. You could be persuaded that this could improve matters because Sheriffhall's going to be there. It is busy. There's queuing kind of different times of the day, depending what day it is. So do you think, because it's there, because it's existing, this actually could be an improvement, albeit I accept your view that it's maybe outdated to look at improving a transport scheme, but do you think this actually could be an improvement to what we've got and may help, I suppose, the environment from that perspective?
Yes, I think it's quite possible that traffic flows around the A720 might be improved in the short term, but there's every likelihood that it will create further pinch points elsewhere along the bypass. I don't think that point was adequately addressed by the proposers. And I think the benefits could be achieved in other ways, which are more compatible with existing Scottish Government policy on transport.
I do understand your position is that orders shouldn't be made. If I felt that the orders could be, like there's justification for the orders in the public interest, do you think the orders should be modified in any way? If you can't answer it, that's fine. If it's just no orders or orders, that's absolutely fine too.
Sorry, I thought earlier on you said that your role was to recommend the scheme or recommend that it isn't carried out and that it was either or.
It is an either or, but I'm thinking, for example, of all your evidence on the A616 path to the west. Sorry, the east west is up. If there was a modification that should be constructed, we heard from Ms Hutchinson that there's sufficient land. It's more of a technical cost issue and no justification for it because of the other provision on the roundabout. If, for example, I felt I should recommend to ministers that should be included because it doesn't impact on the orders as such, would that make the scheme better, or is it fundamentally it is flawed, therefore no modifications are actually make it acceptable in your eyes?
Yes, I think that would be a fairly minor amendment to it. I think it's fundamentally flawed.
And my last question, but I think I know the answer to it. I was just thinking, taking the whole scheme as a whole, and you've got the active travel benefits, public transport, benefits to car users, potential net benefit to emissions. Do you think the scheme could be justified in the public interest?
No, and especially if the public interest includes future generations.
I have no further questions. Is there any kind of last comments you want to make? Because you would normally have a re-examination, but if there's nothing further you want to add, that's absolutely fine.
Thank you for the opportunity. I would just like to emphasise that last comment that we here will probably escape the worst consequences of catastrophic climate change, whereas nearly all the world's climate experts think that unless we act really radically at the moment, immediately, our children and our grandchildren will have a greatly reduced quality of life. And I think it's up to our generation to at last take action.
Well, thank you, Mr. White. Walker, we'll give you 5 minutes to get yourself sorted. That's absolutely fine, but we'll give you 5 minutes just to sort your papers out and get yourself settled. So we can probably just continue now that you're sorted. Again, I'll say to you, you can read parts of your precognition, or either of your precognitions if you want. And again, you can do a little bit of summing up as to what you've heard from the inquiry and how that's changed your thinking, influenced your thinking, reinforced your thinking. And then we'll go into cross-examination from Mr. Milne. So just take your time.
Thank you very much. I intend to read the introduction and then the conclusions of both my precognitions, the one on need and economic case and the one in environmental impact and mitigation. And then I just want to go into the body of some of the criticisms of mainly my outline statement in my own name that was made by the overarching rebuttal statement. And I have one or two points, one or two for clarification, one or two to the rebuttal. So if I could handle it that way, and we'll take it from there if that's okay. My name is Alexander Brett Walker. I am 73 years old, retired, and live in East Lothian. I have no pecuniary interest in sustaining my objection on behalf of SHU, nor am I affected by direct proximity to the scheme. This precognition is on the subject of need and economic case, and I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to present this chapter. And I'll read the opportunity to, I'll read the conclusion to need an economic case first, and then I'll go on to the other chapter. It is my conclusion that the scheme fails against its own objectives and the priorities of NATS 2. It fails on economic inclusivity, and its cost-benefit ratio is downgraded with each succeeding review. TS point blank refuses to provide an updated figure for the cost of the scheme for this inquiry, despite the grim inflationary warnings in the IIP Annex B. And then on environmental impact and mitigation. In conclusion, on the experts' own assessments, there will be far greater damage to the environment than can be mitigated. Therefore, by some considerable margin, the scheme objective, quote, to minimise damage to the natural environment, unquote, fails and offers only a sticking plaster. That's the conclusion. Now, if I could just cover a few things in the overarching rebuttal document and one or two things that have come up during the inquiry. First of all, as I say, I'm sorry I misquoted Mr. Hotchkiss. It was, I think my eyes must have been going a wee bit funny with being on the computer too long. But I hope you accept that what I was trying to get at was not that it's certain major, as I said, major points. It was getting worse or better. In fact, the word majority rather than major is what I was trying to get at. That overall, there was, I read it as a slight adverse, but Mr. Hotchkiss felt it was a neutral overall. The point being is, what I was trying to get at was that overall, there was no adverse, or no beneficial effect of the non-greenhouse gases that were, as in Mr. Hotchkiss's words, neutral. And also another, when in my cross-examination of Ms. McClelland, I said that public transport options should have been put forward along with the road-based options around the Sheriffhall. An overall transport option should have been put forward. And Miss McClellan corrected me that it's not at the stage 2 of the DMRB that you bring that in. It's a tag stage. Well, that's fair enough. I just meant that at some stage along the line, there should have been an assessment of a public transport option. I'm not finished yet. I'll just have a drink of water. So in the overarching rebuttal document 3.5.40, I'm criticised there for stating that STPR2 was not discussed. And so I think basically it was the word discussed. It got cursory mentioned in the appendix. In the main Transport Scotland document, it is not discussed. So it's not incorrect, my criticism there. It's correct that Transport Scotland did not discuss SDPR2 in the statement of reasons, nor in the statement of case that preceded it. And obviously the implication there is that this radical document that was the programme for the future was basically ignored. And then 3.5.41, it says, I am wrong that in NATS 2, they did give up, in their own words, a brief summary. And it certainly was brief because we were talking here about the social costs and benefits of the scheme. And my focus was on the SIMDs, the areas of multiple deprivation. And after a cursory sentence from Transport Scotland, they go on to talk about transport poverty, which is a misnomer, and it's something completely different. I was talking about economic and social deprivation in the deprived areas. So I was not incorrect. Sorry, I was not incorrect in the first instance and not wrong in the second instance. And similarly, in just to strengthen that position, I had an exchange of emails. I think they're on the document list with Miss Beam Singh, and who was always very good at replying and giving a full explanation, and I thank her for that. But as late as 19th of October 2021, Miss Beam Singh, quote, the modelling predates the concept of 20-minute neighbourhoods and shortening supply chains and 20% reduction in car kilometres being explicit in national and local policy. And there has not been, and these have not been accounted, and there has not been accounted for these. I think there's a slight sick there, but it's fine. I know what Miss Beam Singh's getting at. So basically, as late as mid-October 2021, Transport Scotland did not intend to include these radical policies of NATS 2 and STPR 2 into their modelling. think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Milne, any cross-examination?
Thank you, ma'am. No, I have no questions.
Okay, Mr. Walker, I'm just going to look at my list again, and I'm sure I've got a couple of questions for you. I heard quite a lot of evidence about the relationship of this scheme to the city deal for the region. Do you think that is a sufficient justification for the scheme? And do you accept that it does form part and gets support from the city deal?
Thing is that it was shuffled sideways from national policy to the city deal as a regional scheme. And I just find it, see, the city deal, in my opinion, I think it's got two main strands. It's got the big moves, it calls them, the sort of, the biocentre and the Roboterian and the innovation hub at QMU. It's got that on one side, but it is a deal, and part of the deal is to really accelerate economic growth. The way they accelerate economic growth is by building a lot of houses and therefore building a lot of roads. And as I said, that if that works, that's fine. I mean, I know I've been critical of not the city deal per se, but the whole administrative framework around how it's pushed forward. And my particular criticism was that I used the word a planning vacuum. I don't know if that's the appropriate, but certainly it is in a regional spatial strategy or plan. Yeah, vacuum. I don't see any other way to describe it. So you've got a sort of economic delivery plan at one level, and you've got no regional spatial plan at the other, or strategy. And I mean, the interim plan is very much an interim plan, and it was agreed by the heads of planning and the leads in the 6 councils, but it didn't get through any sort of even local authority process. And we used to call it in the old days smoke-filled rooms. We don't have smoke-filled rooms, but basically it was a decision a bit removed from the normal democratic process. Thank you.
Right, you've also raised some concerns you've got on the benefit cost ratio and the fact that you feel over time it's going down as the assessments continue. What do you think are the biggest risks to the scheme costs from what you've heard?
It's got to be inflation, and particularly inflation caused by supply chains at the moment. And in detail from the scheme itself, there are risks within the scheme, particularly the ground conditions.
And what's your view on the benefits that have been assessed?
As I say, it's, again, we come back to modelling, and I'm trying to look beyond the model. I always think of it as the sort of the Amazon, the company Amazon, that every single second is, and you've got to work for every single second of the day, and this time, it all relates to time, and there may be economic benefits from that model of working, but the fact is that we know, just taking Amundsen as an example, that they talk about the last mile and how their drivers get held up in the last mile, and that's not on the motorway system or the trunk road system. That's on getting to the actual address itself. There was a corollary to that, but I just can't think of it at the moment. Thank you.
And I asked this to other witnesses for Transport Scotland. Do you agree, if the costs go up and the benefits go down, or even just if the costs go up, the benefit cost ratio would go down? And equally, if the benefits go up and the cost remained as is or goes down, the DCR would go up?
No, I really strongly disagree with that. In fact, I'm sure it's in one of the TAG documents or the Green Book or something like that. It categorically says that cost is crucial to the calculation. And obviously, let's say you're getting inflation in the building industry at 24.5% per annum. The benefits are linked to other things that may not be going up at the same rate. So there's a differential between the cost of the scheme and the benefits.
If the cost goes up, the benefit cost ratio would go down.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes, most certainly.
Obviously, the Sheriffhall, the road is there at the moment, the junction's there. A lot of the works are online or in the vicinity of that junction. The tie-ins are probably slightly further out. From what you've heard and what you've read, so do you accept the fact that any infrastructure project has an impact on the environment generally? But in this case, the impacts would either be localised or temporary in the case of construction, or during operation in the main would be localised and not significant.
Well, I think you can see, I mean, apart from the greenhouse gases, I think, yes, we are, the environmental statement on the environmental factors, apart from the greenhouse gases, is very much sort of focused in on the immediate sort of 1-2 kilometres. I think it's 2 kilometres around the scheme. Yes, but as you say, and as I said in cross-examination to Miss McClellan, there's got to be some quantification of all their grading model for each of the chapters, that we get there's some very, there's some major adverse, and there's some slight adverse and very few slight beneficial. So, I mean, I think I totted up before in the left-hand column, I called it, we totted up about 80 adverse factors, and I think there was about 8 beneficial factors. And then as you come to once the mitigation is done, and obviously I covered, I was going outside my remit, but I covered the fact that there was a very fine curtain between the left-hand column and the right-hand column, the residuals, And so it was something like 80 to 7 or 8, the score on one for the left-hand column before mitigation. But after mitigation, it works out at 39.9. So I don't think you could... This is their own grading system. And although they don't put actual figures of 1 out of 10 or 10 out of 10 or anything like that, there does need to be some sort of totting up of these environmental factors. And it's quite... When you do the totting up, the adverse factors greatly exceed the benefits, which, as I say in the evidence, could be done out under the government's new scheme, which I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but basically the evidence, I say, you don't need this expensive road scheme if you want to do some environmental benefit, local environmental benefits. And in fact, I've witnessed myself a wetlands being created. I've witnessed children planting 400 trees in a morning with parents. So it's no big deal. It's good stuff, but it's no big deal. The mitigation measures, the tree planting, the meadows, the dean burn alignment, and the balancing ponds.
And given what you've heard over the whole course of this inquiry session, has it changed your view that the scheme failed to meet its objectives, or has it reinforced your view?
Sorry, ma'am, I just missed the last part of your sentence.
I think obviously you've heard all the evidence, and I was wondering, has it changed your view or reinforced your view that the scheme failed to meet its objectives?
Yes, very much so. Yeah, in fact, I've come in here right from the outset to be as objective as I possibly can. You know, I've obviously got my views in this, but just witness after witness, I just felt, no, this is what I'm saying in my various submissions. It's even more forcefully reinforced.
So I'll ask you the same question I asked Mr. White. Do you think the scheme is justified in the public interest?
I think it's the exact opposite. I think we're going... There's a question of ethos here as well. I think if we start going down the road of building this scheme, it opens the door in major works along the A720, but it just says all these, the direction of NATS2 and SDPR2, that direction is going to take a step back. I mean, I think we'll be going forward in the future. There is a new thinking there in these documents, but why take a step back now?
Mr. Walker, I have no further questions. Do you have any last comments you'd want to make?
Well, I think I've probed the inquiry enough.
Thank you. That's just after 25 past 10, and you've said that Mr. French isn't available till 11.
I don't think he's, unless he's online at the moment, don't know. I could...
I'm happy
Give
to
him-
break till 11.
Is that okay? Yes.
Fine.
Yeah, he said 11. That's
What
fine.
time this morning? I'm happy to break at 11 and come back, and we'll see if he's on.
Yeah, I'll just WhatsApp him and make sure he's all ready.
No, that's fine. So
Okay.
we'll break till 11.
Fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I make that 11 o'clock, and Mr. French has joined us. Good morning, Mr. French. Can you hear and see us?
Good morning. Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. We can see you perfectly too.
Excellent. Wasn't too bothered if you couldn't see me, to be honest, as long as you can hear me.
So, Mr. French, Mr. White and Mr. Walker have given their evidence this morning, and what they've done is read out introduction and conclusions of their precognition, and then they've done a little bit of kind of summing up, a bit of a summary as to what's anything changed in their thinking, any other points they'd like to make having heard the evidence from the inquiry, and then we've gone to cross-examination and then my questions. So if you're happy to do that, we'll just take the same approach to you. So have you got your precognition there?
I do, yeah.
Do you want to read the first bit and then the last bit, the summary?
Yeah, that's fine. So, good morning again. I am David French. I am here representing Spokes, who are the Lothian Cycle Campaign. I am Spokes' planning group convener. I also happen to live in Gilmerton and know the local area very well. So Spokes recognise that the current Sheriffhall roundabout is a big barrier to active travel, and that the proposed active travel infrastructure at the roundabout would be a huge improvement, which is something we welcome. However, we object to the scheme as a whole because we believe its benefits are outweighed by its disadvantages. In particular, the effects of induced demand will mean that far more vehicles are travelling on the local road network, and that will worsen conditions for active travel and public transport on that surrounding local road network. Furthermore, we believe the scheme's active travel benefits could be achieved for a significantly lower fraction of the proposed cost, and that could be done without the disadvantages that come with increasing the road capacity. Secondly, there are some deficiencies in the proposed active travel infrastructure remaining, and it would be simpler, cheaper, and better if these were addressed now, rather than being retroactively fixed or never fixed some years into the future. I am thinking there, just to be clear, particularly of the additional subway to the northeast. Less concerned, but still slightly concerned about the lack of crossing on Miller Hill Road, or not concerned about because it will be there, but not convinced that that is the optimal situation either. And just to be absolutely clear, we believe the proposed scheme should not go ahead due to the effects of induced demand on the surrounding local transport network, and the effects that will have on active travel and public transport on a wider area than just the junction. If, in spite of this, the scheme is approved, we would like it to be improved in the ways we've set out for the active travel benefits. We would very, very, very strongly object to removal of those active travel elements at all. They are absolutely necessary if the scheme is built. And yeah, I think that's me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French. Mr. Milne, do you have any cross-examination?
Thank you, ma'am. Just a few questions, Mr. French, regarding what you have just said regarding Miller Hill Road. Could you please have the Midlothian Active Travel Strategy 2018 to 2021 in front of you? That's core document CD-003.035. And it's page 44 of the PDF I'd like you to have a look at. We had a look at this indicative drawing last week.
What's the page there again? Sorry.
It's page 44 of the PDF.
That is map of Danderhall and Shropshire.
That's the one.
Yep.
Great, thank you. So we see the Sheriffhall Roundabout there and Miller Hill Road A720 North marked. And you have criticised the promoter for not including a subway to the east or northeast of the A720 North. Do you understand the reasons for provision not having been included?
No, would be the short answer.
Well, let me explain and see if your view is that it's appropriate for the promoter to have taken these into account. The reasons for not having included, as given in the evidence of Mr. Hutchison, provision to the east of the Miller Hill Road, in no particular order and not necessarily comprehensive, is that the provision of this additional facility would come at considerable cost as a capital outlay. The provision of this facility would raise drainage issues, which would incur an ongoing maintenance cost. If we take them a few at a time, do you think that those are inappropriate matters, inappropriate considerations to be put into the mix for the promoter in considering the active travel provision?
No. I might make the point that cyclists in Scotland are well used to substandard paths and connections, and a slightly damp, occasionally flooded subway is better than no subway. But these are fair points, yes.
And in terms of other considerations, the extensive consultation which was undertaken regarding the active travel provision, and the fact that the only party calling for this additional provision was Spokes. That a fair representation of the situation?
It's not entirely my recollection that we were the only party at the workshops calling for this. I believe it was the representative from Scottish Natural Heritage at the time was pointing out the large developments to the east of the railway, which he felt should be connected. It is fair to say that Spokes have been the only ones, I think, to continue objecting on this basis.
Now, in terms of development to the east, just to check, what development is it that you have in mind when you say that?
So on this map, it is anything labelled DS2, which is
south of the disused railway line.
Yes.
Well, on that point, continuing my list of considerations for the promoter in terms of active travel provision, in addition to the issues that I've raised, summed up as poor value for money, the promoter took into account the actual need for a facility to the east. The promoter also took into account the requirement to identify the most appropriate place for any provision included as part of active travel facilities. So just to check, does that sound like a reasonable approach to you to establish the need, and once having established the need, to find out the best place for active travel facilities?
It sounds like a reasonable approach. I disagree about whether there is a need in the Midlothians active travel strategy and local development plan has these areas marked as development, and the roundabout is supposed to have a 60-year lifetime, and so it is, I would think, reasonable to believe there will be development here which should be connected to Midlothian's active travel network within 60 years. Longest.
So need might be established over this considerable period of time to which you refer. Looking at the plan in more detail, and just identifying main development sites, can you help us find where the Shawfair Park and Ride and the Shawfair Business Park are located on this plan?
Yeah, so they're off the Old Dalkeith Road. to the northwest.
And I can see that. The Shawfair Newtown.
My understanding of the meaning of Shawfair Newtown is that it is everything marked DS2. I may have misunderstood.
Perhaps centred on the Shawfair railway station. We also see Newton Village and Miller Hill. Do you see the disused railway line, which is marked on this plan, and the indicative red dotted line?
Yeah, I know about, yeah.
And that's one of Midlothian Council's long-term aspirational active travel routes. Would it make sense, again, looking at considerations for the reporter on what represents the optimal design in terms of active travel, would it make sense, and I put it to you that it would, make sense for the active travel provision to take into account how the development, which we have just discussed, is ultimately planned and built out?
Yes. But development to the west and further north shouldn't preclude connecting to sites immediately to the east. I don't see why you can't do both.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? Where surely it's reasonable for the promoter to consider when and how, and frankly, if it's necessary and appropriate, for the sites to be joined up by way of active travel provision. And isn't it entirely appropriate for the promoter to take the position that that is a matter which falls squarely within the jurisdiction of the local authority, specifically the local planning authority, and that the local planning authority should be considering that matter in the context of applications which come forward for that development?
Yes. What I am concerned about is making sure that when Midlothian Council do that, it is as easy and straightforward for them as possible to build a high quality network. And in my view, that requires that is easier if there is a subway built into connecting it to the northeast of the roundabout now, rather than in 20 years' time, when Midlothian Council might say, nope, that's too expensive, we can't do that. We're just going to assume everyone will continue driving instead. We also know that people's travel patterns are developed very quickly when they move into a new house or a new housing development is built. And therefore, it is really quite important that active travel connections can be built quickly so that people's travel habits can be active if they want to be from the building of the development, rather than having to wait for expensive retrofitting of infrastructure to come along later.
And couldn't that concern be entirely appropriately addressed by the local planning authority in considering applications for future development, making it a condition of that development that active travel facilities be provided at an appropriate time in their phasing? Is it not the case that there are more appropriate ways to address the hypothetical situation that you are raising, and which would avoid an expensive and perhaps unused facility being added to the present scheme, frankly, in not the best place?
That may be the case. I'm not convinced, as I think I have made clear, which I don't think I can make any clearer.
Thank you very much, Mr. French. I've got no further questions.
Thanks.
Hi, Mr. French. I'm just going to go through my list to see if there's any residual questions I want to ask, having heard what you said in the introduction and Mr. Millen's cross-examination. Just give me a couple of minutes and I'll come
No
back.
worries.
Mr. French, I've just got a couple of remaining points that I'd like to ask you. You said at the start today that active trial provision is welcomed by spokes. I know you've got concerns about the deficiencies and generally concerns about the scheme as a whole, but active travel is welcomed by spokes. Do you think it would act as a catalyst or enabler, as we've heard previously in the inquiry?
Yes, but not as much of an enabler as it should be if it was fully connected up. It's, I think, fair to say that if someone living in Dalkeith, say, and who works at the hospital, Royal Infirmary, wanted to cycle to work, the roundabout is, I think, by far the most obvious and biggest barrier to that journey being made by bike or on foot. And providing a safe route across the roundabout would go a long way to making those journeys more appealing and pleasant and safe. It wouldn't go all the way though, and I think a scheme as big and as this, and that has had as much resource being put into it, should be going further as well.
And just touching on what you said there about Sheriffhall Roundabout currently acting as a barrier, so primarily, I guess it's the environment, the lack of connections to Sheriffhall, the fact you've got to be at grade when you cross Sheriffhall. But is there an element that people have already established their routes? There are different routes already existing. So can we have any confidence that people would change those routes to go through Sheriffhall if the active travel provision was in place?
Yes. People currently take relatively big detours to avoid Sheriffhall. And no one wants or few people want their commute to be any longer than it needs to be, I think. And we see all over the place when new active travel infrastructure is built that people do come and use it. Yeah, this is very well established. It would also mean that there are, so the current route, best route from Dockheath into Edinburgh is by Gilmerton Junction and the Gilmerton Road. And the shared use pavement on the east side of Gilmerton Road there is really not very wide at all. And so cyclists have to stop and basically shuffle along if they want to pass each other. If two cyclists coming opposite directions, you can't just cycle past each other. So people going via Sheriffhall instead makes that a more pleasant journey for those people who will continue using Gilmerton Road as well.
And bear in mind what you said there about people want a short commute. If they can find a shorter commute, they'll use a shorter commute. And the provision would be a step change. Do you think the lack of that subway for the A720 would deter people, or people will be pleased with what they've got and still make use of the facility?
I think some journeys would be deterred, but it is fair to say this is a smaller number relative to the total number of journeys that could be being made through Sheriffhall by bike and by foot. It will become a bigger problem when more development is put into the east at Shawfair and Miller Hill, but it is not. Lots of additional journeys will be being made anyway.
Mr. French, do you accept that this scheme is the roundabout and the active travel provision, and you can't divorce one from the other in the context of this scheme?
Can you say that again? Sorry.
But do you accept that this scheme is the junction improvements, including that to travel? And I can't disaggregate the two and recommend one over the other. It's all or nothing as part of the scheme.
Yes, I think so. Although I think it would be relatively straightforward for Transport Scotland to cancel this scheme and start again with a simpler, straightforward, active travel only project. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
Yep.
I've got no further questions for you. Are there any final comments you want to make in summing up your position?
I don't think so. I hope I've been fairly clear.
Yes, no, you've been very clear. I totally understand your position. So, Mr. French, thanks for joining today virtually. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
And that concludes your evidence today. So thank you for your contribution.
Thank you.
Okay, so on that basis, it is 11:25. Mr. Boswell's not available. Sorry, Dr. Boswell's not available to 2.
I'm afraid he's not available to 2 o'clock.
Fine. Fine. We've taken probably less time than anticipated. So I guess we just break now until 2 o'clock, and we'll come back then and start with Dr. Boswell. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I make that 2 o'clock. Dr. Boswell, can you see and hear us?
I can indeed. Yes, good afternoon, madam.
Oh, good afternoon to you. We made good progress this morning. So we've done Mr. Walker's evidence, Mr. White's evidence, and Mr. French's evidence this morning. So we'll be starting with your examination in chief. The first point to discuss, though, is the document you submitted this morning, Dr. Boswell, SH006.080, which is the Silvertown Tunnel briefing.
That's correct. Yes, I submitted that. In response to the issues we've been discussing about the Tyndall Centre data, and it provides more context onto that. If you're happy to take that evidence, I would address it in my examination in chief, which follows sort of, later on, sometime later on this afternoon. Exactly what it brings to that discussion about the Tyndall Centre data.
Mr. Milne did make some comments this morning, so we did touch on it this morning. So Mr. Milne, at the point we spoke, Mr. Milne hadn't had a chance to speak to his clients about it, nor had anyone seen the document. So during the lunch break, I think you've probably done that. So I'm just wondering, Mr. Milne, what your position is in relation to the document.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, Dr. Boswell. The promoter doesn't have an issue in principle with the document being received, but as I had foreshadowed this morning, the promoter does have a significant concern regarding the prejudice that it may suffer as a consequence of the document being introduced after the promoter had closed its case. That does lead to the suggestion that I raised this morning of perhaps Dr. Boswell not considering this document in his evidence in chief, but parties picking up in written submissions on the relevance or otherwise of this document. The key point there being that would give Mr. Lansborough an opportunity to put his side of the story forward, which I simply couldn't achieve by cross-examining Dr. Boswell on the document.
Just to make sure I'm picking it up right, Mr. Milne, you'd be happy for the document to be accepted, but not dealt with in cross-examination, but both parties got a chance to comment on that document in their closing submissions or a separate written submission.
Yes, exactly.
Dr. Boswell, what's your position on that? How do you feel about that?
I mean, we're all aware of the history of this, that there's hearsay evidence introduced and other evidence about Tyndall introduced. And yesterday, I cross-examined Mr. Lansborough on that, and essentially, I think, dismissed most of the substantive points he'd made. But this document is really just about the presence of Tyndall data with respect to a transport scheme. It's not attempting to make further substantive points other than that, than it has been done before. I would have thought, there's a possibility to recall Mr. Lansborough to cross-examine or to give his evidence on that specifically, rather than do it in written submissions, where the thing can sort of unravel a bit or a bit difficult to shape. But I think at the end of the day, I'd say it's entirely up to you, madam, really, to make to arbitrate on that. But I would suggest that bringing Mr. Lansborough back, if he felt there was a need to make comment, might be a sort of a preferable way to further written submissions.
Having looked at the document, I wasn't totally persuaded it added much to what we're considering here. Yes, it supports your position that you can use Tyndall for transport scheme, but it's not like an official policy document or a government policy or anything like that. It looks like a group of people who've come together, lot of distinguished names at the bottom of that, without a doubt, and put this case together using Tyndall data. But I guess it's, other than showing that it's been used on this one scheme by a group of objectors to it, I'm not sure it adds much to my consideration of this scheme. I'd be
Well,
my preference would be that we accept the document and you can comment on in your submissions. On the basis, I'm not sure I'm not sure this document in itself adds much.
I sort of agree with that, really. I mean, it sort of doesn't add much, but the thing about whether Tyndall should be present in this case is the significant point for me. I mean, it's a small point, but it's a significant point. And it was sort of dismissed on hearsay evidence. And, I'm just coming back with sort of really a counterexample to this hearsay evidence. And that's all it is. I think.
And on that basis, I'm happy to accept the document, and I'm happy for parties to make some comment on them in their closing submissions if they choose to do so.
Okay. So do I take that to mean I can't say anything about it in my evidence in chief? I think that's what you mean.
I don't know how far you can go to say anything much about it other than it supports your proposition that Tyndall's applicable to transport projects. But I don't think you can take much else out of it other than that point.
That's the only point I wanted to make. You've sort of already made the point I wanted to make on it, actually. So I'm quite happy that point has been made, really.
Okay, I take that from the document, and it's up to me how much weight I put on that document in my decision making.
Absolutely.
But on that basis, I'm happy the document's accepted. SH006.080. If the promoter wishes to make any comments on that, or indeed you, Dr. Boswell, in your closing submission, then you're free to do that. And what I take from it is that, yes, your point is that data has been used in other transport contexts for other projects.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. I'm not sure if you're cutting out a bit, actually. I don't know if I'm hearing everything being said.
Okay. No one was speaking at that point. Sorry, I was noting.
Okay, sorry.
I was just noting down something. Okay, are there any other substantive, procedural matters either party wishes to raise? No.
None here, no.
Okay, so Dr. Boswell, it's now your turn for your examination in chief. What the other witnesses have done this morning is they've read kind of an introduction and conclusions from their precognition, and then made a submission as to, elaborating on some of the points in light of what's been heard over the last few days. I don't know if you want to do that, or if you just got a general submission you'd like to make, bringing all the evidence together. So,
yeah, I'm more or less doing the latter, I think, bringing everything together. First of all, I'd like to thank DPEA for setting up this remote link, and to thank Callum, who I hope actually hears this, for doing the work on that yesterday, and also especially battling with the unreliable Wi-Fi yesterday to make all this possible. So thank you very much for that. My name is Andrew Boswell. I'm a retired scientist and environmental consultant. My resume is on page 5 of my expert report, and I don't intend to read it out. And I will lay out conclusions at the end of this evidence in chief. By way of introduction, I do wish to read this sentence from my resume and speak to it further. Climate Emergency Policy and Planning, that's my consultancy, it is a consultancy to promote the necessary rapid and response to the climate emergency in mainstream institutions such as local authorities and government through the lenses of science, policy and litigation. So I think the question I just want to start off with as sort of introduction is, so why would I choose to do this work, largely pro bono, when I could be sunning myself in Barbados or some other retirement activity? I think the answer to this lies in the fact that I've lived climate and climate change, climate emergency issue for 20 years now. I was introduced to the science of it when supporting climate scientists running computer models at the University of East Anglia in the late 1990s. And I soon realized the huge social, economic, and indeed political ramifications of it. And just to bring everything up to date, I'd like to sort of illustrate that with two small examples. Just yesterday at the UN General Assembly, Antonio Guterres, who's the Secretary General of the UN, reported that the doomsday clock had been moved by top scientists and security experts to just 90 seconds from midnight last month. The doomsday clock was started in 1947 as a measure of risk to humanity. At that time, at the start of the Cold War and the nuclear age, it was set at 7 minutes to midnight. Yesterday's 90 seconds to midnight, 90 seconds to midnight, was the closest it had ever been to signalling the potential annihilation of humanity, or at least social breakdown and so on. I know people actually who say we're already 5 past midnight, but let's take what the UN, the head of the UN, Antonio Guterres, referred to yesterday. And he gave the reasons for that as the Ukraine war, the climate crisis, and extreme and increasing extreme poverty around the world. The second example is the speech by the former Vice President of the United States, Al Gore, at Davos last month. As background, the report from the IPCC on 1.5 degrees estimated that the difference between meeting a global heating target of 1.5 degrees and sort of delaying and meeting a 2-degree target would be 420 million additional people made homeless and refugees in the global south. It's because of displacement of food growing systems and also just the inability to live in the sort of extreme heats implied by the difference between a 1.5 degree and a 2-degree rise in global heating. And the projections go deeper, larger numbers of refugees, climate refugees, as you go to current projections of 2.5 or 3 degrees of global heating. Those are projections based on sort of current commitments under the Paris Agreement in various ways. So Al Gore picked up on this and said, look at the xenophobia and political authoritarian trends that have come from a few million refugees. What about a billion? Or if we put it in the IPC terms, what about the 420 million? We would lose our capacity for self-governance on this world. We have to act. I think that is a very strong statement of why this is such an important issue. It's not just about things getting a bit warmer or whatever, as sometimes people think. It's about impacts to our very social and political systems and economic systems we depend upon. So coming back to my motivation, last year I was blessed with a first grandchild and now a second on the way this year. I fear for the future of these and all children born now. That fear is evidenced as I've grappled with all the arguments and the science over 20 years. What I'm saying there is it may sound emotive, but it is based on grappling with the science and the arguments. I've been deep in this for 20 years. We've had the warnings for many years now, and we must act with precaution. Fear in itself doesn't get one very far, although it is hugely important part of our defense mechanism as people. And I genuinely want to do everything I can to make sure our children and grandchildren can look back in 2100, or 77 years from now, and say that we who are making decisions now did everything we could to prevent disaster and make for a better world. And that's really what's behind my statement I read out from my resume, why I do this consultancy now. So now to move on to my precognition. And jump over the intro bit to the scale and logistical impact of net zero. So this is section 2 of my precognition. Here I discuss what I refer to as the scale and logistical impact of net zero. Scotland has world-leading climate legislation. Although I make the point at paragraph 8 that the targets based on the work of the Climate Change Committee are not science-based, and therefore they do not necessarily meet the 1.5 degrees target or the 2 degrees target temperature targets under the Paris Agreement. More rigorous and demanding budgets are needed to sort of guarantee the best endeavours scientifically to meet the Paris Agreement. And these have been produced for the UK by the Tyndall Centre. I should point out this is a separate point on the Tyndall budgets. It's not the one we're discussing about whether I should assess them or not in my evidence or use them. This is about whether national targets are science-based, and they are not. If you look through the Committee on Climate Change, and I've done this and others have done it with me, their documents, you can't actually find where they link it back to the IPCC global targets in a deliberately derivative way. Whereas the Tyndall budgets do that. And the paper I brought up yesterday from Professor Anderson, the Factor of 2 paper on the UK national budget, does that. It does deliberately derive from the IPCC carbon budgets. I provide detailed evidence of this issue at section 4.7 of my expert report and annexes E, F and G. They're rather dense, and I won't go into them further here, but I just wanted to sort of put that marker up about the Scottish 2019 Act. Despite that, the 2019 Act is world leading. That sets a 2045 net zero target. And the point I'm making about the scale of the logistical challenge it makes to Scotland, every person in Scotland, is that challenge is paradigm shifting. This Act and its policies are not the same as setting a lower or higher tax rate or increasing the health budget or other things that governments routinely do. As important as those things are very important. The transformation at every level of Scottish society and the economy implied by the 2019 Climate Act is huge and unprecedented. And in my precognition, paragraph 5, I set this out in more sort of scientific terms about the different impacts on the emission space in which the Scottish society, people, and economy operate and will be operating to 2045. And those are points 5A, 5B, and 5C in the precognition. I'd like to bring in at this point the chart which I put in additional submission 2. So I haven't got the number for that offhand, but I can find it if necessary. So additional.
I think it's SH006.074.
That's correct. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I think, as I previously said when I introduced this as late evidence, that this is a sort of simple chart. It's not trying to be complicated or even precise, although it's got a very sort of precise message. And the trajectories of the 2009 Act and the 2019 Act are shown as straight lines, when in fact, in reality, that is an approximation. Just to sort of be clear on that, the red 2019 Act targets are actually slightly front-loaded, so reductions are more rapid this decade until 2030. And actually, after 2040, they get slightly more rapid again up to 2045. So that red graph actually sort of dips down a bit, but I've just drawn it as a straight line because that's not the point I'm trying to make here. The point of this chart is to highlight the blue box, and this relates to 0.5c of my precognition. And actually, that point I slightly misleadingly entitled, as it says, removal of the background emission space from the mid-2040s. And actually, that's not what's happening. We're actually, from 2019, what actually is happening is we've removed the background emission space from 2019, once the Act was enacted. And it's the blue rectangle which represents that. So just to explain it, you have the orange line, which is the 2019 Act, going to 80% reduction at 2050. And even at 2050, you still had 20% of the emission space, sort of as set in 1990, that is, 20% of that emission space still available in 2050. But what's happened with the 2019 Act is we're heading down the red curve, approximate as it is, to net zero at 2045. And that entire blue rectangle has effectively been taken out from sort of policy making and everything, because you can't depend upon it in future years. So it's been taken out from 2019 onwards, because of the way that red curve is going down. You sort of hit into it at 2035. But even before that, you've got to take account of it, that you're not going to have it there in the future. And that blue rectangle represents over 18 million tonnes of CO2 a year. So there's 18 tonnes of CO2 a year less to play with, if you like, or less headroom, which has been lost. And emissions from, for example, the transport sector were in Scotland over 14 million tonnes in 2018, in theory, under the 2009 Act, which was going for the 80% at 2050, it would have been possible to hide all those transport emissions in the blue rectangle. I mean, it would have meant you had to decarbonise everything else in the economy virtually, but you could have hidden the transport emissions in Scotland in that blue rectangle and still met the 80% target by 2050. What we have now is just a very, very different situation. That's just not possible. And it's certainly not evidenced, in my view, that we could even fit in Sheriffhall and its surrounding traffic scheme into the available emission space under the red line. And that's obviously what we need to address, and I'll come back to. So let's just sort of scene setting with a very simple diagram. A still scene setting at the overview level. We have the points 5A, B, and C in my precognition, which I'd say are all working together to make the challenge harder. You know, sort of the typical triple whammy. So Scotland is, you know, we're having to reduce the emission space in the Scottish economy by the equivalent of 1.7 million return flights from London to New York each year, each and every year from now to 2045, make extraordinary contraction rates for some sectors of the economy. Transport particularly is highlighted in the climate change plan update to halve emissions in 12 years from when it was set out, but 9 years from now to halve transport emissions. And we've removed the buffer or headroom of the blue rectangle on the chart completely. So that's what leads me to go to the precognition 2.1, the risk of delivery of the climate legislation. The absolutely humongous logistical challenge goes deep into every aspect of society and government planning. And I now want to look at the risk of delivery. When anyone considers in a realistic way the free assaults on the available emission space for Scotland, as I've outlined at 5A, B, and C in the precognition, it's fairly obvious that there are very considerable risks to delivery. Even at this level, the data speaks for itself. Take away the equivalent of 1.7 million transatlantic flights a year for the next 22 years, accumulatively. So each year you're taking another 1.7 million flights off. I think then you'd get well beyond what Scotland uses quite quickly, actually. 1.7 million the first year, 3.4 million effectively in the second year, and so on, accumulatively. Halve surface transport in a half decade and remove the headroom of 18 million tons of CO2 a year. I ask myself, can we pull that off? That's the question I'm asking myself. And my answer is, well, possibly if we pull out all the stops, but we really have to understand the risks. So that's the response at the obvious level. That's the response of the person on the Dalkeith omnibus, if you like it to coin a phrase. But what is happening in the expert and legal policy space concerning risks of delivery to net zero legislation? Well, I give two examples at paragraph 10 and 11 of my precognition. The first is that the judge in the net zero strategy case last year in the High Court identified risk to the delivery of individual proposals and policies and the achievement of the carbon budgets of the 2050, say 2045 in Scotland, obviously, net zero target, was obviously a material consideration to the case. Now, you can argue about other aspects of this judgment, and no doubt Mr. Milne will, but this statement about the risks to delivery being material is plain to see. And it's plain to see the judge was highlighting it. What about the CCC, the committee, the Climate Change Committee? They are the Scottish Government's own advisors on climate legislation and delivery. Looking out over this vital decade, remember this is the decade with front-loaded and deeper emission cuts to enable later targets to be met, and the deep emission cuts in the transport sector this decade. CCC say now a significant risk of Scotland failing to meet its annual targets. So I should have prefaced that with there is now a significant risk of Scotland failing to meet its annual targets in the 2020s and the interim 2030 target. Again, you can try all sorts of arguments around this, but it clearly states that there is a significant risk to delivery of the climate legislation from the government's own advisors. Madam Reporter, it is in the context of the Sheriffhall project. So this is the context of the Sheriffhall project and what the Scottish ministers must be mindful of in their decision making. This is the crux of the context of your requirement, which I've termed the reporter's carbon test, which, as I said yesterday, is just hopefully a helpful label rather than a formal term. But it's the crux of the context there, the risk to delivering that climate legislation. So now moving on to what I've termed the promoter's flawed case around climate aspects. We have the issue of the Section 94 and the Section 94A duties. And I think it's simplest, because we went through this in a lot of length, and I don't want to repeat that. I think it's simplest just to show how the Section 94 duty has been discharged. So please, can you open CD 003056? This is carbon assessment of the Scottish budget 2022-2023. And it's the 12th or 13th, I can't remember which, but it's the 12th or 13th in an annual series since 2010. If we go to page 3, paragraph 1, it's PDF page 3, it clearly states this assessment is based on the expenditure data presented in the 2022-23 budget and fulfills the statutory requirement under Section 94 of the Climate Change Scotland Act 2009 to report upon emissions impact of expenditure proposals. So we know from that, without any further ado, that this is the annual document, one of the series which discharges the Section 94 duty. Now, during my cross-examination of Miss Beam Singh, we had what I referred to as a wild goose chase to find a similar document which stated, or in some way could be shown, that it discharged the Section 94A duty. I don't want to go through all this again. However, we looked at the one page of Annex C in the infrastructure investment plan itself, and that is CD 003013. And it would be helpful to return to that again, please, just very briefly. We looked for an actual carbon assessment of the IIP infrastructure plan here on Annex C. My view is that we did not find one, but we did find information on how a methodology is being developed for the purpose of making that assessment in the future. We also found, I believe, no evidence that that methodology yet exists, although we know it's being developed, and nor that it has been functionally and quantitatively applied to any of the IIP proposals or to an IIP plan. I would like to point out here that the heading of Annex C is potentially misleading, and this is why I really brought the document up again. It says carbon assessment of the infrastructure investment plan. Now, I believe this is part of the source of the sort of problem we had during the cross-examination, perhaps, that can have two meanings. It could say, here is the carbon assessment of the IIP. Or it could have another meaning, which is, here is some information about the carbon assessment of the IIP. For example, information about how it is going to be delivered at some point in the future. And my view is that it is that latter meaning, and that's what the title means. But it is misleading. When you first see the title, you think, oh, here it is. Here's the carbon assessment. But I submit that's not what it actually means. If it were that first meaning, it would be reasonable to expect to see a similar statement as to what we just saw in the carbon assessment of the Scottish Budget 2022-2023, where it basically said, I am the delivery document for that Section 94 duty. We're seeing no such similar statement in this document or in any of the other documents we looked at. In my view, the lack of such a statement clearly implies that Annex C is not fulfilling that statutory requirement under Section 94A, and nor is it claiming to do so. It is, however, pointing to how that will be done in the future. I'm holding an entirely reasonable position then to state at precondition paragraph 17 that the Section 94A duty was not discharged for the scheme, nor for the relevant wider transport programme in either the IIP, which is a document we're just looking at, or the latest progress report, despite the Sheriffhall scheme being IIP listed in those documents. moving on from what the Scottish ministers should or should not have done, or perhaps should have made clearer what they were doing. Further, I'm saying that the promoter has ignored several opportunities to assess the scheme against the 2019 Act before bringing it forward to this inquiry. I do not accept that the assessment in the environmental statement, which is very narrowly focused and is for the purposes of this planning inquiry, and salami slices the impacts away from the wider environmental impacts, as we'll see, provides the necessary assessment of the scheme at a sort of higher level policy level in terms of sort of bringing the scheme forward. So I don't accept that the environmental statement fulfills any of the things I'm going to list in a minute. There's not sort of having places where an assessment of the scheme against or review of the scheme against the 2019 legislation could have been done. And Madam Reporter, you have raised concern about the implications of taking each scheme and assessing greenhouse gas emissions in a narrow way. And I think posed the question, where's the cumulative impact of all the infrastructure being brought forward in this when you're just looking at one scheme? And my answer to that is currently nowhere, as I've shown and I'm about to show. In that context, a wider assessment of the scheme against the 2019 legislation should have been done, and it should have been done in order to appraise all the issues about the case for the scheme with the legislative and policy background. There are three obvious places where I submit it would be reasonable to expect that it could have been done or would have been done. These are as at precognition paragraph 19. And in each of these, yes, I'm saying these are a Transport Scotland ownership, if you like, or so I'm saying Transport Scotland could have carbon reviewed its roads programme, including Sheriffhall, against 2019 legislation. I don't see evidence of a review of that. It could have reviewed it as part of the City Deals programme. And I understood City Deals programme were aware of the environmental statement, but as I've said, that's not fulfilling a wider policy legislative review requirement. Or there could have been a standalone carbon review of the Sheriffhall scheme outside of the environmental statement. Is it a good idea with the 2019 legislation to continue with this scheme? A review on that focus. I don't think, or I submit that I don't believe that Miss Beam Singh gave any evidence under my cross-examination that the scheme had ever been reviewed for the implications of the 2019 Act. So now I want to look at the policy framework, and that was under the section in the precognition policy framework, cycles and balance. We had a lot of cross-examination around considering the policy context in the round and in a balanced way. We picked up on those phrases, and it was helpful that Miss Beam Singh agreed that before you could get to policy discussion, it was necessary first to meet the legal requirements of the 2019 Act. I think from that point, it's fair to Miss Beam Singh to say that we part company. First of all, has the project ever established that it can meet the legal requirements of the Act? We'll come to the ES later as part of that. But apart from that, as I said, no assessment's been done or review against the 2019 legislation, which would provide, or which could address that and provide evidence on that. Secondly, is there any risk assessed certainty that legal compliance for net zero can be achieved nationally by Scotland? My answer to that is a firm no. We have seen instead that 3 years after the legislation, there's been no discharge of the Section 94A duty by the Scottish Government for the infrastructure investment plan, which contains Sheriffhall. Instead, we are seeing sort of contextually, if you like, in the current climate, we are seeing very strong warnings, both from the courts and from the CCC, that risk assessment is not being done. And two, from the CCC, that there is a serious risk of Scotland failing in the net zero endeavour. It is on this basis that I say that it is a luxury which Transport Scotland does not have to engage in discussions about balancing net zero policy against other policies. This would only be possible if there was or is slack around the delivery of the net zero legislation. If there was slack available, and by slack I guess low risk assessment, then one could get into policy balancing arguments. However, there is no slack. There's a high risk assessment from the CCC. And as the blue rectangle showed, all possible slack and headroom has been removed from the emission space system. But scientifically, there are no degrees of freedom in the emission space. It's highly constrained by the points made at 5A, 5B and 5C in my precognition. Policy balance can only be viable when one has generated some degrees of freedom in the system, or slack, and some elements of risk assessment that delivery is a low risk attached to delivery. So I now want to move on to the traffic modelling and its relation to the greenhouse gas calculations and assessment. I wonder if we could please bring up the BSI PAS 280 document again. So I've lost the code for that. Oh, it hasn't got a code on the Objective Connect, so I'm not. Are you able to find that? Okay. We were looking at it yesterday.
Okay, I think it's CD 004.028.
So, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to go to section 714, please. As 280 guidance is clear that for the calculation of greenhouse gas emissions in infrastructure, that they must be robust. And under section 714, which is greenhouse emissions quantification methodology, it states that the practitioner shall select and use greenhouse gas emission quantification methodologies that assess and reasonably minimize uncertainty and yield accurate, consistent, and reproducible results. And under 7133, this is under cutoff rules, which is to do with defining the system boundaries, actually. The PAS 280 document describes system boundaries, but we don't need to worry too much about those. But in terms of the cutoff rules, what you might exclude from the greenhouse gas quantification effectively, it states exclude only activities that do not significantly change the result of the quantification, using sensitivity analysis to demonstrate that such exclusions are not significant. So, Madam Reporter, I'd ask you to keep both those statements in mind as we go forward. And I will now try to address them at two levels. One is the trustworthiness of the traffic modelling in general. And the second is the traffic modelling as applied, or as it is involved with the generation of the greenhouse gas estimates which go forward to the greenhouse gas assessment of the scheme. So if you like it, one is general about the traffic modelling in relation to greenhouse gases, and one is specifically where the traffic modelling is doing stuff related to greenhouse gas emissions. I appreciate that the scheme is very difficult to model. Mr. Elliott himself said it was challenging by comparison with other schemes from a long career he'd worked with. At this inquiry, there's clearly been some very detailed discussion of traffic modelling, And I want to summarize the relevant data which relates to the overall trustworthiness of the modelling with those two sort of parameters from the PAS 280. The realism of the traffic model has been challenged at several places. Notably, the traffic growth capping exercise. The use of traffic growth capping to the DM forecasting from 2024. We heard this was effectively a fix or some modelling trick in order to facilitate the economic appraisal of the scheme. It's actually not at all clear how this skews the results of that economic appraisal, nor how it may skew the greenhouse gas emissions, though there was a lot of discussion about that. It's a very unusual method, and adding traffic back into one of the forecasts to do something and not the comparator forecast, the DEM, means that the comparisons of those two forecasts are unpredictable and unreliable.
Sorry, can I just ask what you mean by adding traffic back in? Which traffic?
Yeah, that was when we discussed the do something scenario in the traffic modelling. I'd initially misunderstood what Mr. Elliott meant, you may recall. And it came clear that the trips in the SRM-12 model, which are, well, the local traffic model's capped at 0 for the DM model, the additional trips which are sort of sitting there in the surrounding SRM-12 model are added back into the DS model, the do something model. So those are the trips which are sort of coming down off the roundabouts onto the bypass, largely were described as that. They're added back in. So you have a do minimum forecast which is traffic capped because it won't sort of behave properly from a modelling point of view if you don't do that. And then you have a DS forecast which you initially cap, and then you add in as an additional step the traffic which should have been there in the first place. And that's the difference between that 2024 DS and 2024 DS GS for grade separated in those figures, in those charts. I think that's where we started.
Okay, now it's something completely different from that. And it's difficult because I don't have Mr. Elliott sitting right next to me, but my understanding, and I'll put this to you, was that the do minimum 2024 models capped to make it work, as you said. The do something 2024 is modelled on the same basis. Then you get the 2024 GS. But what that is, my understanding was that the scheme was modelled using exactly the same model, but additional traffic brought in, not that it was on the outside of the model, but because by having a grade separated junction, you get some additional trips. So I thought it was that acknowledgement that there was potentially some induced trips coming out of the road network because of the grade separated junction. I didn't think it was because the model was being manipulated to either bring in some of this noise or not. Now, that is my understanding. It sounds like you've got a different understanding to my understanding.
My understanding is different, actually, because the induced trips you see on the figure 9.2, and I know we don't want to, without Mr. Elliott here, we can't really determine this, but the figure 9.2 in the traffic modelling and assessment shows the induced trips coming out entirely with the both forecasts being traffic capped. and those are induced trips just from the sort of scheme in that traffic growth capped scenario. So I'll let you find the document. Find it online too.
I've got the traffic management report here. Traffic modelling assessment report. And it does say ahead of the table at 9.4.7, the design model was developed to incorporate the journeys that could reroute, take advantage of the shorter journey times resulting from grade separation, which is why I thought it was that induced element of traffic, not manipulation of the model to add some traffic in. It was that induced element because you got the grade separated, and that's why it was 2024 GS.
Paragraph 9.4.8 is helpful as well in terms of getting the whole story. If it does assist and to speed things up, Mr. Elliott, who is listening in, has confirmed that your summary of his evidence was very clear. Basically, you summed up what the promoter's case is, which of course Dr. Boswell may not accept.
No, I accept Mr. Elliott is the expert on that. When I specifically said to Mr. Elliott in questioning that the DS model was capped and therefore it wasn't responding to the traffic in the traffic pressure, I put it, I think, from the trips on the outside of the local traffic model, from the SRM12 model. And his response was, oh, yes, it does through this. And that's why I'd come to that conclusion. But if Mr. Elliott is saying that what the reporter has just said is true, then that actually supports my case further in various ways, in that there is no modelling of how the DS forecast operates in the context of wider pressure of trips on the outside of the local traffic model around it. The traffic is, if the traffic is being capped in both the DM and the DS, then that further supports that you can't have a realistic estimate of the greenhouse gas emissions. So, I mean, that was my understanding. My understanding initially was what the reporter had. And I thought from the exchange with Mr. Elliott that he'd convinced me otherwise. That I'm very happy to be sort of corrected that I misunderstood that exchange with Mr. Elliott.
Well, Mr. Elliott's not here, so we'll
Yeah.
stop this discussion here. But I understand your point.
Okay.
Whatever kind of understanding you take from the traffic modelling, I get your point about the capping and I suppose the risk to the accuracy of the model as a result of that, or the realism of the model as a result of taking that approach. So I get the point. So we can probably leave that discussion and go on to the next point.
Absolutely, yes. I'll just look at what I just said and see whether... Okay, I think all we need to do is just adding traffic back into one of the forecasts, just remove that. It still means that the comparisons of the forecasts are unpredictable. For the DS forecast, it's more unpredictable than I thought, or more out of kilter with the reality of the SRM-12 scheme. That's the point I was trying to make yesterday, or whenever that came up, actually. And then I actually thought I'd misunderstood the model, but it seems I've misunderstood it twice and got back to the same place. Right. Move on to the second point. This area is subject to some ambitious development plans, as Miss McClellan described. And we discussed how the developments were modelled. Two issues with this. First, the development scenarios or whatever are frozen in the SRM-12 model at 2017. So we only understand and we only have developments included in the model as they were at 2017. No updates being undertaken to accurately reflect development plans known as they are known today. Second, the known development or reasonably foreseeable development is placed into the DM forecast. Essentially, this means that it is put into the environmental baseline as if it already exists. When it comes to making the DS minus DM calculations for various environmental impacts, the first order impact of the development itself is subtracted out, and therefore it's not expressed correctly into the environmental factor being assessed. And that applies across a number of environmental factors, but of interest here, greenhouse gas emissions. For greenhouse gas emissions, this means that the cumulative impact with other developments in the area, and which should have been assessed under the 2017 EIA regulations, if those apply and so on, cannot be defined as having been assessed. I mistyped something there. But anyway, it basically means that you can't say that the cumulative impact has been assessed for the greenhouse gas emissions because it's subtracted out. The issue about the traffic model being inherently cumulative is a red herring. It's a point of common ground that the SRM has the developments, as they were known at 2017, within it. And it is inherently cumulative in that sense. But that has relevance that has no relevance to the fact that the developments are then subtracted out at a later step in the process, and that is the DS minus DM step. A further point, when we looked at the distance time charts at PDF pages 88 to 90 of the traffic modelling and assessment document, the charts have only been drawn for the 2017 reference year and 2024. I was surprised to hear that Mr. Elliott considered that this was realistic when the scheme does not open to 2028. The modelling appears to do some sort of time travel at this point, or at least one is expected to take charts drawn at 2028 as if they tell you something about a scheme which is not opening to 2028. I think it charts at 2024, I should have said. Clearly, the similar charts for the opening year of 2028 and the design year of 2043 would have been helpful, but they've never been presented. There was some animated discussion in which a speculation as what would happen in 2028 or in 2043 or perhaps 2040 if we had those charts. In terms of the distant time results for the future years, it seems obvious to me that the scheme might deliver a differential effect of improvement for some years. And that is that you queue a bit less with the scheme compared to if the scheme wasn't there. But the likelihood is, and that's the discussion we had, that those charts would start to reproduce the absolute distant profiles for the 2024 DM case in the future. So in other words, if you were waiting, if the journey took 20 minutes in the 2024 DM case, when you look into the future with the DS case and the DS GS grade separated case, you're likely to find you get that absolute 20 minutes again of queuing at some time in the future. And that would be caused, at least in two examples, by queuing returning to the A7 Old Dalkeith Road North. And you may recall we had quite a, as I say, animated discussion about that chart, and the build-up of queuing at the Gilmerton junction going further west. Point is that we do not have the evidence before the inquiry to know exactly what will happen or exactly what could be forecast, because as it has not been presented. And the fact that the data has not been presented casts doubt on the modelling for the scheme from 2028 to 2043, the opening and design period of the scheme, appraisal scheme, assessment period of the scheme, rather. There are many unknowns such as that which just still have not been answered. All of this leads to uncertainty and doubt about the DS and DM forecasts between 2028 and 2043, which are the basis of the greenhouse gas calculations and assessments against the 2019 Act and the current carbon budgets, which is what you, Madam Reporter, are asking in what I term the reporter's carbon test. The above, those points have all been made on the trustworthiness of the traffic modelling in general. I now move to the traffic modelling as applied, or as it's involved with the generation of the greenhouse gas estimates, which go forward to the greenhouse gas assessment. This is where the issue of the sensitivity tests and the study areas comes in. First of all, has the guidance been followed? I submit that the guidance has not been followed. And this was the discussion or the cross-examination of Mr. Elliott yesterday. Mr. Elliott said he'd created an alternative method. Now, I got in a muddle about how the air quality assessment had been done. I was working on that sort of past midnight on Sunday night. Isn't necessarily a good excuse, and I apologise to Mr. Hodgkiss for that muddle on my part yesterday. I just want to lodge that apology. However, what was shown after we got past the muddle was that the air quality affected road network was developed using the new screening criteria in DMRB LA 105. And that a sensitivity test was done against the old screening criteria from the previous guidance, HA207-07. If we could open, please, DMRB LA 114 again. Now, I submit that the correct interpretation of paragraph 3.9, that's on PDF page 11, so just to say what 3.9 says, it says for operational road user greenhouse gas emissions, the study area shall be consistent with the affected road network defined in the project's traffic model. Now, I submit what the correct interpretation of that is that it means the screening criteria should be used as per LA 105. When we go to paragraphs 3.16, which says an appropriate validated traffic model shall be used to estimate operational road user GHG emissions. I submit that quite simply means what it says. and that is that a computer-based traffic model, which has been validated, for example, against measured traffic loads at 2017 or whatever the reference year is, a computer-based traffic model should be used. I believe the meaning of that is quite simple, and it's not about study area development. That 3.16 is in the section on data collection of the guidance. It's not under the section on the definition of the study areas. So going to an alternative method, which is definitely not LA 105 and is not HA 20707 as well, we know that, I believe doesn't comply with the guidance. But even if my interpretation of that guidance is not correct, it is reasonable to expect that the sensitivity tests on the greenhouse gases for an LA 105 based study area and an HA 20707 study area would have been done. And as noted, this is what Mr. Hodgkiss's team did for air quality, for the air quality assessment. So why the different approach on greenhouse gases? There are, well, in fact, there's three, but I'm talking about two here. There are two sensitivity tests which are missing, in my view, and mean that the robustness for the chosen assessment 2 study area is not known. And I refer back to that PAS 280, the BSI standard, paragraph 7133, where it says the greenhouse gas quantification must exclude only activities that do not significantly change the result of the quantification, using sensitivity analysis to demonstrate such exclusions are not significant. Well, the inquiry has not been presented with any evidence of what has been excluded by choosing Mr. Elliott's alternative method, both over LA 105, the current guidance, and over its predecessor, HA 20707 guidance. It's especially odd that given HA 20707 was a sensitivity test for assessment 1 at the opening year of 2024, that it's not been done for the opening year of 2028. However, it's odd that no sensitivity test for the LA 105 guidance screening criteria has been done. And that's completely omitted from the sensitivity tests altogether. The lack of first following the guidance and second even sensitivity testing it in sort of obvious sensitivity tests renders the GHG assessment untrustworthy and the quantification untrustworthy. Not just in the sense of what might be reasonably sensible to do scientifically, but also in terms of what the DMRB guidance is saying and what the BSI PAS 280 standard is saying. However, we come to the issue that the two sensitivity tests shown for the 2028 opening year, that's Assessment 2 and Assessment A4, the reported greenhouse gases are a function of study area, and Mr. Elliott, I believe, confirmed that. So as has been noted, you get carbon generation associated for the scheme over the whole SRM 12 study area, and you get a smaller quantum of carbon sinking over the Assessment 2 study area. The whole SRM 12 area, one being Assessment A4, of course. I don't accept that the SRM study area is untrustworthy because of assignment noise. Whilst I don't doubt that the phenomenon exists, no information has been provided as to the supposed inaccuracy to the GHG emission calculation that might result from it. No information on possible levels of bias that it might have produced has been provided. For me, there's questions about, is it a minor perturbation which would largely cancel itself out like noise does in other systems, with a certain amount of error bars sort of left on the resulting outputs? No information has been provided around that. And further, this is the third sensitivity test or test set which I think has been omitted, with the plus or minus 20% on the HGV journeys and the plus or minus on the interpeak other journeys as the thresholds. There's been no sensitivity testing of those thresholds at, for example, 10% and 5% respectively, just halving them. That wouldn't go all the way out across the whole SRM 12 area. But as discussed with Mr. Elliott, it would expand out that study area. No information has been provided on that. So we're just expected to dismiss the relevance of the SRM 12 area study area sensitivity test on greenhouse gas emissions and take forward the alternative method, which in any case I submit does not follow the guidance. I submit that all the issues discussed above cast doubt on the greenhouse gas emission calculations and how they've been quantified for assessment against the 2019 climate legislation. I think we're a minute off 3:30. I think probably over halfway through. not more than 2/3 the way through. So I don't know if it would be sensible to suggest a 10-minute break at this point.
Yeah, if that's going to be a place to break, let's do that for 10 minutes. So we'll start back at 20 to 4.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Dr. Boswell. Welcome back.
Hello, thank you.
Do you just want to continue
Absolutely.
on where you
thank you.
ended?
Yes. So the next section, we've just done the traffic modelling. The next section is the greenhouse gas assessment itself. I first wish to address the issue of whether cumulative assessment of greenhouse gas impacts has been done. Mr. Elliott confirmed that the developments in the SRM12 traffic model were included in each of the DM and DS scenario forecasts. And those developments were subtracted out when DS minus DM was done. And that the effects of the developments therefore did not express through the DS minus DM calculation. It is clear from the environmental statement that the DS minus DM data unit for various years is the only quantified figure of greenhouse gases which is assessed against the relevant budgets. And I think that was confirmed yesterday as well. As the 2019 ES Chapter 18 contains the only assessment ever made, and that is against the original 2009 budgets from 2009 Climate Change Act. So that last sentence wasn't very clear. I think I missed the word or something. What I'm trying to say is that there's only one place where an assessment is ever made. And yesterday, in cross-examination with Mr. Lansborough, that was pinpointed in Chapter 18. And for operation emissions, it was Table 1817. So that is the only assessment ever made. Why that's important is if we're talking about whether a cumulative assessment was made, we need to know where the assessment was made and whether it's the only one. That's why I'm making that point, just to explain that. So moving on to the 2007 regulations, they are clear about what's required. If we
Sorry, is that the 2017 regulations?
it is, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is if they were required to be met. So please could we go to CD 002007? That is the regulations in the Act, and page 146. Page 146 should say Schedule 1A. And that is...
Sorry, Dr. Boswell, can I ask what document that is? We've gone to CD 207 and it's only 35 pages long.
Oh. Right. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, I thought it was 007. CD 002007. I've got it as 208 pages.
Sorry, Dr. Boswell, you want to go to the 2017 regs?
Yes.
Don't have it under that reference, but I do have a copy of the regs.
Okay.
Are they under that reference? I've got Scotland Act.
Is yours 35 pages long? I think I've got the Act as amended by them, which, well, I thought it was CD.
We'll try that. What page are you on that Act?
Yes, it is it's the Road Scotland Act 1984 Environmental Impact Assessment Regulations 2017, according to Objective Connect. It's CD 002007. So I was on page 146, but if I go back to the beginning just to check what it says it is. So it's the Roads Act Scotland 1984. And then it's as amended with the regulations. They're sort of put in bits down the bottom, but put in other sections.
Okay, that's what I've got. And page 146 is Schedule 1A.
That's correct, yeah. So, yeah, that's 1A. And underneath where it says Schedule 1A, it says information for inclusion in environmental impact assessment reports. So that's defining how what should go in an environmental statement. And then if we go down the paragraph.
Sorry, just pause for a moment, Mr. Boswell. Sorry, Dr. Boswell.
Yeah.
Mr. Boswell, we're in the Road Scotland Act 1984, which is CD 002.007, which includes the insertions from the 2017 regs. No, I've got the whole Road Scotland Act.
Yeah, this version is the Roads Act, 1984 Roads Act, as amended with the regulations, I think.
I think it's the same document.
I think, yeah.
001 and 007 look to be the same document.
Immediately under that title, it's got Schedule 1A inserted by the regulations.
Yeah, it's basically the 1984 Act amended with the text inserted in. Right.
Not UK, because the documents are not consistent across what we're all looking at.
So are you looking at the 2017 regulations?
Oxta has the what do you have? The EI regulations 2017 is what we know. So which document has got Schedule 1A?
Schedule 1
post
of that.
16 May 2017.
Yeah, so Schedule 1 has Schedule 1A in it, which is incorporated into that document, the Road Scotland Act. I think we're all in Schedule 1A of the Road Scotland Act.
I'm not quite sure why we're getting different documents for CD 002007, I must admit.
Something. Yeah.
We are looking at the same thing.
We're all looking at different versions now, but we have Schedule 1A, which I think is probably the point.
It is the point, yeah. I mean, if you're happy to continue with that, and well, you'll say if there's any differences, because I was going to sort of read out the relevant bit. The first paragraph sort of describe the description of the project. I'm not going to read through all these. We'll go to paragraph 5, please. But that's just paragraph 1, setting the scene description of the project. And then it comes to the likely significant effects of the project on the environment, paragraph 5. And the 3 clauses which are relevant to here are A, E, and F. So the effect of construction and the existence of the project, where relevant demolition works, that's clause A. And then E is the accumulation of effects with other existing and or approved development projects, taking into account any environmental problems relating to areas of particular environmental importance likely to be affected, or the use of natural resources. And then F is just really an insertion in these regulations on the greenhouse gas emissions and climate impacts, the impact of the project on climate, for example, nature and magnitude of the greenhouse gas emissions, and the vulnerability of the project to climate change. So those are the relevant sections. And what I'm submitting is that no cumulative assessment, as for sort of against clause E, 5E, of the greenhouse gas emissions has been made in the environmental statement, which meets that description. While we're here, go to paragraph 7 of the schedule. It's a bit further down, page 147. It says a description of forecasting methods or evidence used to identify and assess the significant effects on the environment, including details of difficulties, for example, technical deficiencies or lack of knowledge encountered, compiling the required information, and the main uncertainties involved. I also submit, given the issues of the traffic forecasting, both my evidence and Dr. Nash's, and the lack of relevant sensitivity tests, that this part of the schedule may also have been breached. Now, we have the question of whether the 2007 EIA regulations apply. Ms. McClellan gave evidence that the project had the intention to align with the 2017 regulations. We also had a lot of discussion about 2017 regulations, and I submit that the 2022 EIA guidance and Transport Scotland is material too. However, even without the 2022 guidance, I submit that the public, and I as a member of the public, have a reasonable expectation for the environmental statement to comply with the 2017 regulations. Why, you may ask? At a simple level, the project made a clear and stated intention to align with the 2017 regulations, and it stated that intention in the environmental statement. It also provided evidence of how it was making the transition to fully align with the 2017 regulations. And we sort of, Miss McClellan, in the cross-examination, we went through all that. So that was also in the environmental statement. So then there is a reasonable expectation that the environmental statement would do that, it would align with the 2017 regulations. Madam Reporter, I submit that it's vital that the Scottish ministers are informed clearly of this issue. In deciding the application, they must consider this matter in full. So to sum up on the applicant's greenhouse gas assessment, first, I submit it breaches the 2017 regulations, and there is a reasonable expectation that it should comply with them. That alone makes the greenhouse gas assessment unviable. We have to consider with that if a cumulative assessment had been done and the effects of the other developments on the greenhouse gas emissions within the local traffic area model, whatever the study area was, that the greenhouse gas emissions with the level of developments we're seeing would have been higher, because there would have been more pressure from that SRM 12 model into the local traffic area from the developments. So without that cumulative assessment, the level of greenhouse gas emissions is underestimated, even though I'm also saying it's probably inaccurate to start with, the existing one we've got. And then the second point really is the point on the traffic modelling, that it's based on traffic modelling, which in my view is unreliable in terms of generating a reliable greenhouse gas assessment for the numerous ways stated, including the study area can't be trusted, and the modelling of the traffic can't be trusted beyond 2024, 4 years before the opening of the scheme. I now want to move on to the reporter's carbon test and the significance of assessment. And this will bring in a third issue on the greenhouse gas assessment, and that is that the very architecture of the greenhouse assessment methodology is not fit for purpose for making the required assessment of significance. I have laid this out in, with background to it, in the expert report at section 3. And also section 8 is relevant, but section 3 is really the background. I do base this around the IEMA guidance, as it is the best practice guidance out there for EIA practitioners on infrastructure, in infrastructure assessment. It's written specifically for the purpose to provide best practice. I do in the expert report sort of say a bit about IEMA as an organisation, but you know there's many practitioners signed up to it, and of course we heard that AECOM have the kite mark from IEMA. And in my view, it's very regrettable it's been dropped from this project between the 2019 environmental statement and now. And we went through the evidence of it being there in the Chapter 18 in cross-examination. So it was in there in 2019. I won't go through the expert report section 3 in detail, but the question really I was posing was, how do you do significant assessment in order to answer what I've called the reporter's carbon test? In other words, that the scheme is compliant with the Scottish climate legislation and policy. So the points that I make in that section, an overview, are that the reporter's carbon test and the IEMA test for significance, and that's the minor adverse one, because IEMA basically say minor adverse and not significant, but anything over minor adverse is significant. So I'm saying that the reporter's carbon test and the IEMA test for significance are very similar, and it's that minor adverse one in the wording. Second point is IEMA place a high weight on the context of the assessment. It states the context of a project's carbon footprint determines whether it supports or undermines a trajectory towards net zero. The promoter has done one assessment, which is against the national carbon budgets, and that's the test, if you like, or the assessment rather, in table 1817 of the environmental statement. And that's against the 2009 carbon budgets. And then there's been a further sensitivity test with the assessment too. But as I understood it yesterday, that is not the actual significance assessment. The actual significant assessment only exists in table 1817 of the environmental statement. That's what I understood Mr. Lansborough told me yesterday. So that's that test has been done against national carbon budgets, and IEMA state on that a comparison against national carbon budgets is only a starting point for context. This process of contextualization or context, which they stated, they give a strong weight to. The clear meaning of that is that a comparison against national carbon budgets alone is inadequate and not fit for purpose. It's also a single source of assessment, or single quantity is being assessed. IEMA clearly say multiple sources of evidence should be used. And in terms of what those multiple sources of evidence might be, they suggest local, regional, sectorial budgets should be used as comparators. It might be useful at this point, actually, just to bring up the IEMA guidance. And figure 6. I think it is.
You have a reference number?
I'll dig it out.
Oh, there I've got it. It's at CD 004.024.
I think that sounds familiar.
And which paragraph was it? Sorry.
So I'll let you know in a
Page.
minute. I'm searching through it. Yeah, it's figure 6 on page 28. It's down the bottom of the page. And so it has projects carbon footprint, GHG emissions magnitude or quantity at the top. And then under that, it's got sector-based, local, national, which we discussed, IEMA says a starting place, then policy goals, performance studies. They're looking, standards rather, performance standards. They're looking in the round, but local, e.g. borough council carbon budget is listed there. And on the sectorial budget, I acknowledged the sensitivity test assessment A2 does compare, well, the FIR document does then compare the numbers from that against the transport envelope in the climate change plan. But we're not seeing local or regional assessment, which is that second block on figure 6. It's also worth pointing out it's a bit peripheral, but that the Tyndall Centre local authority scale carbon budgets are listed and are in the text immediately above that diagram. On the left-hand column, the sort of penultimate sentence of that left-hand column. And there's footnote 41, which points to the budgets, exactly the budgets I've put in. Well, I was looking at with Mr. Lansbury yesterday. That's where that website is where I've generated that budget document from. So on the basis of all that, the overall point I'm making about significance assessment is that if you do significance assessment based on national carbon budgets, IEMA are saying that's only a starting place. I'm saying that is very limited data you are using. It's not multiple sources of evidence. It's a single source of evidence. And that if you then follow the IEMA guidance, which I've attempted to do in an indicative way, and we'll come on to that, but I do emphasize I'm only claiming I'm doing something indicative. I'm not claiming I've done a full-blown assessment, but I'm claiming I've done an indicative assessment which shows what is possible. If you do that, you then get a different significance assessment out. And the reason you do is because you're using more data, and you're also using, with the local assessment, you're using a tool effectively as the baseline, so your benchmark, as your benchmark, using a local carbon budget as your benchmark, which inevitably gives you greater accuracy as to what's going on. So you're getting more data and greater accuracy. And by doing that, you're getting a different significance assessment. And by that process alone, it shows that the significance assessment just against national carbon budgets is not reliable in terms of producing a trustworthy result. So my argument is, by doing the additional stuff I've done, I've shown that you get a different significance assessment, and that the existing significance assessment is therefore unreliable, untrustworthy, and also wrong. So, go on to my assessments now in a moment, and I've sort of already emphasised they're just indicative. Helpful, please, if we look at late submission 1, and that was SHU document SH06073. Now we've got this table on page 5 of that document. And I've sort of suggested in the text that this could be called textualization 4, further contextualization. And it's actually sort of slightly easier than my rather complicated, colourful table. So I've got to start with this one. And the bottom 2 lines are the 2028 start year. And I'm taking, in both cases, for assessment A4 and assessment A2, which are the different study areas, I am taking the whole traffic system. So I'm comparing new minimum at 2028 with do something in 2043. So I'm saying I'm taking the whole traffic system, which is defined by each of those study areas, So that does have in it the existing traffic levels as of today. Being DS, it has in it the all the developments which were put in, against what we knew in 2017, or what was known in 2017, and it has the scheme. I'm saying, when you look at each of those study areas, how do the greenhouse gas emissions reported for the whole traffic system compare against the interim targets, which is the interim targets for 2043 to 2028 and 2028. The far right hand column of that shows that the interim targets would show a reduction in emissions of around 86%. So that's saying, if you take the interim targets of the national climate budget, the national climate targets, and you look at what you have to do between 2028 and 2043, which is just 2 years off net zero, you need to reduce the emissions by 86%. And then I'm saying, well, how does the traffic system in each of those study areas compare with that? And the assessment 2, you see a 28.9% reduction, and the assessment A4, you see a 25.43% reduction. So what I'm saying from that data is that for the same 15-year period, which is the opening to design year of the scheme, when you consider all the traffic in the traffic system, that whether it's over the whole SRM area or just assessment 4, which focuses in closer to the scheme, has some SRM links, as we know, that you need approximately a 3 times greater reduction than you're seeing from the traffic modelling, and both those traffic models have the emission factors toolkit in. So you're not getting that. You're not getting. There's not something missing there, like you'd get that additional reduction to that traffic area by sort of further electrification. The electrification is already modelled in there. So going to electric vehicles is already modelled in there. So the conclusion I make from that, and I submit from that, is that that doesn't comply with the IEMA minor adverse significant threshold, and it doesn't comply with the reporter's carbon test either, which is alignment with the 2019 targets. It's actually, and for the reasons I give in my other assessments, it's actually major adverse, because it's 3 times out of kilter with what's required. So that's looking at 2 study areas, one of them quite a large area, the whole of you know, Edinburgh and Fife and so on, the SRM12. Now, this is where I bring in the Tyndall late evidence, but I don't think I need to really. We've sort of covered that. I also covered it slightly out of IEMA. The Tyndall is one of my three contextualizations. I ran out of time to make notes, so I'm now sort of a bit ad hoc. But if I go to section 7, I think it's just worth saying that I've laid out very carefully how I derive all my.
Sorry, your section 7 of your.
Sorry, yeah, I think it's section 8 anyway. So it's section 8 of my expert report.
Okay.
Sorry. In fact, yeah, it's page 49 of the expert report. Laid out very carefully. So I talk about IEMA contextualization of the scheme. Then I talk about the threshold criteria. And I basically say that I'm testing against the 5 levels in the IEMA guidance, or making the assessment against those, and the reporter's carbon test being the second one. Then I produce the table. This is section 8.3 on page 50. I make the caveat at paragraph 207 that for all the reasons given already, that I don't trust the greenhouse gas data, but it's the only data I've got to use. Therefore, I'm using it to get an indicative sense of what contextualization would say. But I'm not saying that the data I reproduce in the table from the environmental statement and from largely from the further information report is accurate, or that I'm saying it's accurate. The table on page 51, if you've got the version color, that the yellow box is the DS data. So again, in each case, I'm looking at the whole traffic system. And that includes the cumulative effects of the development, though it's not necessarily the way you would assess those if you were starting from scratch. It also includes the baseline traffic currently in the system. So I'm assessing the traffic system, including the scheme. And I think it's unrealistic just to assess the scheme by itself. And that's for the reason that I think you made at the end of Mr. Landsborough's, well, I think in your own cross-examination of Mr. Landsborough last night, that if you just look at the scheme in isolation, what happens when you have lots of these schemes? You have to look at the whole traffic system to know really whether you're delivering against net zero. So that's why I'm doing that.
Sorry, can I just ask a question there?
Sure.
I think you have to look at the whole traffic system. Now, I can get that if this was a brand new road. You look at the whole traffic system, but we've got a road there already. So there's going to be traffic on there regardless of what happens with these orders. That it's a given. The traffic's there. So why don't you do the DS minus DM to give the kind of additional impact of what's there already? Because what's there already is there already. We can't change that. That road's there, operates.
Well,
So we're kind of assessing something that's there.
Well, this gets back to policy. And the first thing says the DS minus DM doesn't have cumulative impacts of development coming on stream along with the scheme. So those figures I can't trust anyway. But that doesn't answer your question. But it's one reason why I'm not using DS minus DM. But why I'm looking at the whole traffic system is that if we accept as a given that the whole traffic system by 2043 is, if going back to the table in the late submission, if that's only reducing by 28% at best, yet the national target is to reduce by 86%. We've got something seriously wrong with policy. And this is where, if the scheme had been reviewed against the net zero legislation, which I've sort of laid out why I don't think it has been, but if it had been reviewed before coming forward to the examination, one of the things which might have come out of that review is, well, when you look at the traffic system as a whole, you're not making the right level of impact on the greenhouse gas emissions. And therefore, you actually need to look at reviewing the policy fairly big time. And I mean, it also comes back to the logistical impact and the scale of the logistical impact I've talked about. That this is a massive paradigm shifting change we're talking about with net zero. And just sort of assuming we go on as usual, it's not going to work. So then the feedback you get from the table, like I've got on page 5 of my late evidence, is that, well, we need to have a big feedback in the policy, and that would then feed into, well, how do you actually get vehicles off the road so that you are getting to the level where you can meet that 86% reduction we're talking about. Now, there's issues there, of course, like, well, some sectors may decarbonise faster than others. But, I mean, I did take issue with Mr. Lansborough, just sort of bring this point in about there's no emissions after 2050. I mean, there's going to be internal combustion engines still on the roads by 2050. If you look at places like Norway, where they're the most advanced in introducing electric vehicles, I haven't got this evidence to hand, but I'll just mention it. Norway's the country which is most ahead on electric vehicles. And then now there's something like 50% of vehicles are electric vehicles being bought. But because of a 20-year delay in the lifetime of cars or vehicles, when you look at the actual percentage of electric vehicles on the road, you get a very different things. A very different percentage. Don't know what it is offhand now. But the point I'm making is that there will still be internal combustion engines on the road in 2050, and there will still be emissions in the traffic system being emitted.
But again, is that like, sorry to put in, but my understanding is that Motor's not saying there's no emissions. It's just less at that point than it is in 2024. So I think
Well,
that was my understanding. By doing the DS minus DM, you get less emissions at that future point. But I don't think they're saying there's no emissions. It's just less than what it is at the starting point.
well,
So I think that's a slightly different. I don't think their evidence says there is no emissions.
Okay, I'll go back through that because there is the difference between absolute and differential emissions. I'm talking about absolute emissions in the traffic system. But when Mr. Lansbury was talking yesterday, I think he said there'd be no emissions from the scheme after 2050. That's just not true. But the DS minus DM, as I've said, you can't trust that. It hasn't got cumulative emissions in it. And if you use the wider study area, you get an increase in emissions anyway. And, I don't trust the way that study area has been developed. I don't trust the fact there's been no sensitivity testing on why one study area gives you an increase in DS minus DM differential emissions and the other study area gives you a decrease. That has not been looked into why that is with other sensitivity tests. So I don't trust that data anyway. But there's also the point about absolute emissions that there will still be internal combustion engines at 2050. So in terms of policy, we need to do everything we can to reduce the emissions in the traffic system or the transport system as a whole, as well as looking at the scheme. And looking at the scheme and in those study areas, we see that there's important feedback in the policy which hasn't been taken into account. I mean, it's essentially suggesting that you've got to make 3 times greater reduction in emissions, and that means removing vehicles out of that bit of traffic system. And that's a change of policy. And if you were to do that, also your case for the scheme disappears, because if you reduce the traffic to that level, that those figures suggest something like about a third, then you've made a massive change. You've made a massive change for active travel and other transport modes, much more than we've been talking about, just sort of small changes. And the case for the scheme disappears. So that if you look at the greenhouse gases over the traffic system, the implication is you've got to have very big changes in policy, and the 20% target actually is just the start. The 20% reduction of car journeys is just the start. If that was achieved, because we saw evidence that Mr. Elliott actually agreed that the evidence in the further environmental statement actually showed that the 20% target isn't going to be met. He agreed on that. Or, the traffic models given don't meet that bit of policy. But that policy is just a start. That's to get to 2030. You then got questions, well, what do you do to 2035, to 2040 and 2045? And I would say that is further car journey reduction. So in terms of policy, what you're doing up to 2030, if you're taking the feedback from the greenhouse gas emissions data on the traffic system, in terms of policy, so what we've got to do in 2030 is engage the public and get the public involved with this and get the first 20%. You then have to go to those next steps, 2035, 2040 and 2045, to get the levels of decarbonisation you need in order for this traffic system to align with the net zero legislation.
Do you want to want? I'm just wondering how much more you've got to do. 'Cause
Yeah,
I would like to get this finished tonight.
Okay, yeah, it's not a lot. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think I've done the page 5 table. I was talking through the ones in the expert report and that table. And I've laid out all this data's generated. The I think it's worth noting that in terms of the whole traffic system, which includes the cumulative effects of existing traffic and all the developments and the scheme, I am actually assessing against the annual carbon budgets at the top line. That's row C. Then I'm assessing against the net zero strategy of the UK. That data only goes to 2037. And I'm assessing against the transport envelope in that. That's a bit similar to the transport envelope in the Scottish Climate Change Plan update. And neither of those baselines have been contested. I'm aware that the next one, the Tyndall Centre one, has. I scale the net zero one down to Edinburgh, and I do understand the issue about Edinburgh. However, the point I'd make with that is that this do something, the yellow bar at the top, that is approximately 5% of the SRM 12 network, if you work it out on vehicle kilometres. So that's smaller area than Edinburgh. And that's why I thought it was reasonable actually to compare that area, that study area, which is about 20%, sorry, about a 20th, 5% or 20th of the SRM area, against both the Edinburgh for the net zero strategy, the envelope, transport envelope, and also the Tyndall Centre budgets. But I do take the point, I could have worked it all out for Edinburgh plus Mid Lothian plus East Lothian or something like that. But the point here, we're talking about indicative assessments, and we're talking about a study area which is much smaller than Edinburgh anyway. And just in terms of the Scottish annual carbon budgets, which I call assessment 1, I'm not going to go through every assessment. I know we'd probably be here all day doing that. But I just want to make the point, it's in paragraph 214 of my report, that we take the traffic system for assessment 2, which is that 20th of the SRM study area, and at the opening year in 2028, it's consuming 0.46% of the 2028 annual budget. When we get to the design year in 2043, it's consuming 2.38% of the entire budget for the entire Scottish economy. And I think my second sentence there in paragraph 214, therefore the traffic system, or a traffic system which is around the 20th of the SRM area, is consuming by 2040 a 40th of the entire Scottish national budget, using the applicant's traffic model projections for that traffic system. Out of all the sort of comparisons I do, I mean, I think that one is a very bold one in terms of highlighting the misalignment with the 2019 Act and the legislation. So I'll park the detail there. And if we go on to page 55, please. What I've done is a table there which compares my three different contextualizations with the promoter's assessment. And I realised actually that, because I put IEMA significance not assessed for the promoter, but it actually was, I realise now, as Chapter 18 is still regarded by the promoter as the only assessment, that it was, and they got minor there. So that's wrong with that. That's because I thought they were assessing against the 2019 Act. But I was told yesterday, no, the only assessment is that one in Chapter 18, which against the 2009 Act. But apart from that, the main difference is I'm getting major adverse and significance on all of these, and I lay out why, on pages 53, 54, and so on. And the table compares what's been done and sort of why, really. And my conclusion from that, as far as what I've called the reporter's carbon test, is that on the contextualizations, that test has failed. And as we've discussed, with big, feedback policy implications for transport policy. I think I said I'd give conclusions at the end, so I've moved through all the evidence just to sort of highlight key conclusions. The scheme was never assessed against outside of the environmental state, was never reviewed. I think reviewed's a better word, against the 2019 legislation when that came in, including it hasn't been reviewed against the infrastructure investment plan via the Section 94A duty. Numerous issues have been pointed out in the traffic modelling, and in this examination in chief, I tried to highlight how those problems actually impact on the greenhouse gas assessment specifically. Those are both the traffic modelling in general and the traffic modelling specifically sort of directed towards the greenhouse gas assessment, those two classes of problem. But for both of those, I'm saying that means that the greenhouse gas assessment's untrustworthy, is unreliable. I'm saying that no cumulative assessment has been done of the greenhouse gas emissions with other foreseeable developments, reasonably foreseeable developments, and that there's a reasonable expectation that the scheme environmental statement should comply with the 2017 regulations, and it doesn't because that cumulative assessment has not been done. I'm highlighting that particular attention of the Scottish ministers, but I mean, I think all of this is very relevant for them to give due consideration to. I'm saying that I'm not following the IEMA guidance. It's not really a matter of not following the best guidance, but in order to get a trustworthy significance assessment, you need to do that sort of contextualization that IEMA gives a strong weight to. And the comparison of not doing it and doing it, which I've done, actually demonstrates the reason why you need to do that. Because that table I've just shown shows that my contextualizations are getting major adverse, whereas the promoter is getting minor. I'm also saying that there is a policy feedback from all that analysis there's a policy feedback which sort of dovetails into the whole issue of this net zero being an incredibly huge logistical challenge to Scotland. And that policy feedback was not detected because there was never a review of the scheme, and there hasn't really been a review, as far as I can see, of other transport road development schemes, particularly in the infrastructure investment plan. And I submit that the delivery of the net zero 2045 target is a key priority of the Scottish ministers. And they've said that, for example, in the climate change plan update. And all the ministers signed that document. And it's a key priority both to meet the legislation in the 2019 Act and the statutory climate change plan update, which is a sort of statutory document under the 2009 Act. Somewhere, I'm sure I say which section it is, but haven't got it in these notes. And therefore, I submit on all the evidence I've given that no one Scottish minister can legitimately approve planning for the scheme, as it is in direct contradiction to the Scottish ministers' collective climate legislation, obligations and policy. And for these reasons, I respectfully submit to you, Madam Reporter, that I suggest the scheme cannot be recommended for approval. And that's the end of my evidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Boswell. 10-5. Ms. Milne, do you have cross-examination for Dr. Boswell?
Do not a great deal, but not something that I think I'd want to start at. Any of us would want to start at 10-5, but I don't think I will take a great length of time.
No, that's fine. I was just trying to assess whether you had any cross-examination. I don't propose starting tonight because I don't think it's fair on anyone. You can run a long evidence in chief, Dr. Boswell. I think you need to be fresh to come into your cross-examination, and I don't think there's anyone any favours to start at this time of night. So I propose we close tonight, start again at 9:30 tomorrow. Dr. Boswell, are you available at 9:30 to do your examination in chief?
Yes.
Sorry, cross-examination. We will start that at 9:30 tomorrow, and then we'll go on to Dr. Nash.
Dr. Nash after that, yes.
And is he free all morning?
I'm pretty sure he is. He reckons that he'll take an hour to deliver his evidence in chief, if that's any guide.
No, that's helpful. Okay, so we'll start at 9:30 with Dr. Boswell and then moving on to Dr. Nash.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Boswell.